All right. If at first, second, third, fourth, fifth you don't succeed, try again. Trying the stream again today. If you're still trying to watch these, bless you, because they have been frustrating for over a year now. Hard to watch. I think I'm making improvements. Yesterday, started one, everything seemed fine, and then my entire system here just kind of crashed. I could never reestablish connection back to the home base, so that didn't work, and I just gave up. I'm still to this minute not exactly sure why that happened yesterday, but it did. So here we are. I think everything is okay. So just a just an update. There's two updates. There's a weather update and a streaming update. Let's get the weather update over with first. Only because I was in my first tornado warning already. This was approaching the northern part of St. Louis. And I was looping around the outside interstate, kind of headed to Illinois, and these two outflow boundaries intersected. And I was watching it the whole time because I had really nothing else to do, and I was headed that way anyway. And sure enough, they issued a pretty broad brush tornado warning, and it was looking a little bit. I was in an area that didn't provide great visibility and way too much city traffic for me to feel safe. Also, remembering that the forward speed of the storms today is something I'm not used to. The previous couple of days, everything was pretty slow. Today, not so much. So I really need to get out of there. Anyway, that tornado warning is still in effect, but I can just tell you, just when I stepped out of the car to record a few things, I've felt this many times so far this year, where the flow going into it is just not unstable. I mean, you can just tell it's like a wet blanket, and then I looked at the radar, and sure enough, the boundaries had reformed. And so while that storm is under a tornado warning, I can tell you it's cool there, and I have serious doubts it will produce anything. Now, a new boundary, again, another intersecting boundary, is literally just to my west. And when I say just to my west, when I look west, and you're not looking straight either. The other way. Oh, no, the camera's right. I got so many cameras, I can't remember which I have. Anyway, when I look due west, I see the arch. So that's where I am. So right in that area, there's another intersecting boundary. I'm on the one that goes east-west, and another one off to the west-southwest. So those need to be favored areas where new development might grow into something. So if that were to happen, I'd be in position again to see that. So I'm on 255 south, one that loops around St. Louis on the outer eastern side in Illinois. And again, that storm is still tornado warned, but I just don't know if it has. I may regret it, but I just don't think it has what it takes to produce anything. I was looking at the bases of those storms; they're pretty high. A lot of laminar flow, not not fish to fry thing anyway. So a lot of the storms that were erupting from this morning are all behind the boundary layer, and they are at them, and they're all outflow dominated. Not necessarily a bad thing, though, if you can get that to be balanced later on. But so far, it seems like every storm that forms just kind of kills itself a little bit, or it doesn't really become surface based. So again, I'm looking to my west here, and I'm kind of liking the decision I made because yeah, there might be something to look at given enough time if this is what I want to sit here and do. So that's a big deal. Um, just visually, and when you're smart chasing, your vision is very important. Radar is okay. Obviously, it gives you a bigger picture. It's lagging. Obviously, it doesn't show you everything. And so when I look off to the west here, I can just see the humidity. The visibility is lower at the surface, so there's some kind of moisture convergence what's going on here. I can just tell by looking at it. And I'll bet you when I get gas here in a second, and I step outside, that the feeling of the atmosphere is different than when it was when I was on the southern edge of that tornado. I just have a feeling that's going to be. And maybe one day I'll back that up with a real weather sensing mount that the real storm chasers have on their vehicles. Yeah, right now I'm like that is unnecessarily that complication is something I'm not willing to tackle. I have enough time figuring out where to put myself and trying to figure out the technology. Yeah, I'm just looking for a place to get gas. I probably just passed a Lowe's. That's okay because on the visuals that I'm seeing here, it seems like I want to go or something. Um, so don't imagine. I don't know if it got any worse. They probably tweaked it a little bit. I don't know. We need to look at that here when I stop. But I'm not sure it matters much here. I'm more interested now in how these lines are developing mesoscale processes, things like that. Also wanting, it's early, it's only 1 o'clock, also wanting, of course, supercells to form out in the clear air, pre-boundary, pre-funnel, and I think that's going to happen given enough time here, and I haven't looked at the data since like 9 or 10 o'clock, so it's probably one of the last times we chase when you actually care about how that's beginning to shape up. And it becomes about radar making finer and finer chase moves. Coming to, sorry, they're not coming to us in Mavericks. Casey's over here, over here. Rallies, one of those. That's, oh, I forgot. I'm in White Castle land. I just feel like I need to do that. So White Castle, um, you know, I have a story to tell about White. I have two stories to tell about White Castle, and I'll get to those here as soon as I find the gas station here. This is wrong. Let's see, wrong. Small, better. Okay. Yeah, White Castle. Wow. Anyway, I'm pulling in here. I would like to go. Not that it matters much, but when we start talking about the technology streaming, I have some things to say about that too. But I'm probably going to lose my Starlink connection by the way I'm situated little bit.
All right. Are running. All right. Back in the vehicle, looking around here. I hope that everything is streaming okay. I haven't had time to really just
Kind of check.
I'm along boundary right now on radar. It kind of goes east, northeast, west, southwest. And I'm wondering if those are actually going to be something of a focus mechanism. There are other storms out in south central Illinois that have the potential to grow into something. And there are also some signs down east that there might be some stuff growing there in southeast Missouri. That those might be individual supercells. Now, oh, and if you've watched my videos, you know I'm obsessed with boundaries. No, it just moved through. I was literally just going out to get something out of the back seat, and the wind shifted and dropped about 10 degrees. gas here is $3.49 a gallon. Hope I don't get hit with a copyright for the colorful music outside. Oh my God. Okay. He's having fun. All right. Camera set up here. Okay. So, got some gas. That was the guy in front of me with the ambiance, background ambiance. All right. Let's see here. I just want to find a place. You know, when I look at the skies here, I can tell I'm behind an outflow boundary. You can just tell by just the flat clouds. You're not really in an area that's seasonal. Right here. I don't know. Let you look southeast. While I look at some stuff. It looks like I'm streaming. I see my audio. Hopefully it's working a lot better this time. I don't know. So, um, and I have two White Castle stories to tell you, and also I'll tell you a little bit about the streaming and how that's been coming along. So let's go to I'm just gonna go. Well, first of all, let me call up the latest HRRR and see what's shaking with that. Um, you here, something a little more applicable to where I am. So, um, everybody looks at the reflectivity, obviously. I do that. Um, but the first thing is if I look at the reflectivity and it's not even close to what I'm seeing outside, then I'm like, well, how accurate is that going to be? And it shows by 20Z, which is 3 o'clock, which is 2 hours from now, new development folks in southwest Missouri who are listening, other storms are going to start brewing around 4 o'clock in that area and will get intense and move eastward. So this is always going to be kind of a multifaceted time of this. It becomes very linear, though, with early evening. So what I'm trying to find in the next couple of hours are individual supercells, and it sure seems like it wants to put those in and around the St. Louis area, by 3 to 6, somewhere in there. I don't know. I remain a little dubious. I don't know. So far, I'm not seeing a lot of indication that that's going to be the case. We're going to look at the mesoscale page here. And the boundary, St. Louis is definitely in the cool air. Capes really ramp up down to the south of me, so they're negligible here in St. Louis, but down in the boot heel, they're up around 3,000. And mid-level lapse rates are still holding up, I think, in that area. See, yeah, very unstable there. Shear vector I won't even look at. I already know we have enough bulk shear. The lowest level, the 0 to 1 storm relative velocity was really critical. It's very high south, so that probably would have used ahead. I'm looking at the significant total, or I'm going to become junky. As soon as that comes, yeah, everything is kind of telling me that I think I should probably head south. I already kind of knew that. Yeah, the Sigtor is, at its highest right south of the boundary, directly south of me. So I'll basically just want to call up navigation, get back on, is it 255 here, and start heading in that direction. Let's see here. Yeah, we can get on Highway 55, just keep looping around, get on 55, and go south. That's what we're gonna do. Okay. So now I don't feel like I actually know a little bit of what I'm talking about now. I'll make that light. Okay. Anyway, so I think it's still streaming. I could check it. I'd rather not. So what store? I'm gonna. Since I'm looking at the White Castle story now, and another one later. So, I grew up in Chicago, and White Castles were definitely around in Chicago. We were very aware of them. We went there occasionally. And when I was very young, and by very young I mean maybe 5 years old, maybe 4 years old, I don't really know. I don't have a solid memory of it. But you know how that goes. I'm not exactly sure what age you have to be to remember something. What has to happen. I don't know that formula. Anyway, but my dad, for most of my life, was a television repairman. He worked for RCA. So what he would do back then, that's still when there were tubes in TVs. Transistors were just kind of coming along. Anyway, he would carry this big case around, and they would dispatch him to people's houses. And he's had every tool you could possibly imagine. Replacement parts, probably. Anyway, let me just kind of navigate this here. Every intersection is different. I'm not sure how new drivers get through it all. Because every single entrance onto a highway is just different. Even stoplights, even roundabouts are all designed different. You wouldn't think you could make a roundabout complicated. Anyway, I digress. Anyway, okay, now I'm back on the freeway. So, but as part of that knowledge, my dad and a friend did this television repair shop. I think that might have been prior to him actually getting the job at ours. So, television repair shop, you basically sold used TVs, I think, but you also brought your TV in. My dad and his partner would repair them. That was it. Okay. So, obviously, there were transactions, money being exchanged, cash there. And I was going to say an old-fashioned one. At that time, it was pretty much a new fashion one, where you actually press the button and mechanical. So what they would do is they would get coffee from White Castle, and as part of getting the coffee, bugs, or just raw sugar, wrapped. It was just exposed. Like, anyway, so what my parents would do is, you know, they said if you can remember opens up, like, you know how when you just over, whatever button does that, there's fries there for you. So they showed me, and then the next day, well, we have a surprise in there for you, and open it, and I was young, so I did it the first time or whatever, but I eventually pushed the right button, popped it open, and I got to eat the sugar cubes that were sitting in the front drawer where you would normally keep pennies and your dimes. That's my White Castle story, and I want to take this opportunity to tell you that this broadcast is free. So whatever entertainment value you are getting out of it, there you go. White Castle story. I've got, but I will comment on White Castle that I mean, finally got one in the South suburbs. Finally built one close enough for us to go get one. But I will say that ever since then, I don't think I've ever been in a White Castle. I guess Taco Bell might qualify for that. I still think that's it. I just think that's White Castle sliders, right? By the stack. Anyway, I'll give you an update. I assume I'm still streaming. Uh, give you an update. I'm gonna go back. There's too much cable air here around St. Louis. I did have the excitement of having a tornado warning, but it was an intersecting boundary thing for a while, but it just cutting off its own unstable air, and there isn't that much there to begin with. So that was just entertaining while I was trying to get around St. Louis, but it never really developed into anything. Although in Granite City, there was a terrifying tornado fire. It's not just it's, how the fire usually rotates, and it was up and down in pitch. This one went, and then a voice came on. I haven't recorded. I'll have to put it in my case review when I get all these done eventually. I've got like 6 in the queue already. And this is a tornado. It just actually made me jump out of my seat. It was weird. I thought it was a radio thing. No, was it was coming out of nearby buildings. Branson, Illinois. Um, sorry. So I'm basically going. I thought maybe I might go over to Central Illinois, but I've been detached from the data. And now that I look at the data, there's no point in hanging out this far north. I mean, the money's going to be on things that form south. Now what I'm doing is finishing the around 5 southeast. Some tracking to do here. Everything is fine. I did see on radar, I did see some supercell, wannabe supercells, like traces of echoes down there in southeast Missouri, and also the trailing end of a confluence zone, so that looks interesting too. As a storm chaser, I probably wouldn't worry much about this stuff, but I tend to really analyze rivers like Mississippi. Cross back over is obviously something to be dealt with because you just can't cross it any place you want. Not amphibious. So um, I just have to be conscious, of first of all how to get to a storm quickly. In other words, where's the bridge? But also I don't want to get caught with my back up against the Mississippi. That's probably not realistic. Okay, but these are things I think how to get from point A to point B as efficiently as possible, how to set myself up in the best possible positions. Kind of what storm chasers are supposed to avoid tornado. It very well could do something, but it is back and seriously stable here. I just don't think it would make it would be a good chase. Relatively new back interstates really being built. It's pretty. I should see an exit to go to 55 south. Back to Missouri. Yay. Alright, I'll tell a few stories um, about the live streaming, which I guess is working. I have no idea. And shouldn't start that story without clear that exit. I can give you kind of the highlights. So I started taking streaming my Storm Chases live seriously last year, and it's evolved from that point. There's been frustration. Most of the streams I attempted were intolerable. There was no way you could watch it unless you were really dedicated to see the stream. I mean, it was very, very, very hard to do. So, in my first attempt at it was no bandwidth. I was in an area that didn't have, and all I had was cell phone at that time. And it was just, I had a high def camera on, and I really had in-depth research things like bit rates, latency, download speed, upload speeds, say, or number of frames per second. So I kind of roughly knew what those things were. That's another reason. It's like chasing. Of course, I tried my best to. I didn't disobey the law here. I just, should have been paying, and that's probably why I said I was start talking after I did this. I was way over to the left, and I should have. Some exits, like I was saying earlier, you want to go south, you go left. I'm not really married to Google Maps. Thinking I could probably figure this out. I don't really start using Google some of the smaller roads that you may have to take. Anyway, let's get around this. Last year, again, first attempt at it, I had an iron that I purchased price instead link. I was using OBS, which is a software encoder, on a laptop. I still have the laptop. The laptop is like 8 years old. So it in and of itself probably is a competing for software. Probably an issue. And there's solutions for that. We can talk about that. But anyway, so I had that laptop. It just wasn't working. It did work, but it had. So this was March of last year. Tried one. second chase was to Illinois, and I had a tornado. Didn't see anything. But the street was just anyway. I think it's still up there. So I immediately said, okay, I don't like this. So then, I've always been watching Starlink figure out what it was all about. And sure enough, right around that time, Starlink Mini was going on sale. Like, Starlink Mini was like a $600 proposition. App that you might want it at Walmart. Bucks. Well, I'm going to do that. And it was only 50 bucks a month at that time for roaming, which I could still use, but I have the unlimited at 65. Why? Because I can turn it off after storm chases. I don't need standby mode for $5 a month. Anyway, so I got Starlink, hooked that all up, and thought that might be the way I go without using them. And so I wanted a few storm chases with Starlink, and I noticed, it had a couple of issues. First of all, it was running, and you went to get gas, and you went under a canopy, it died. And I didn't, and I, I would have to kind of plan my chase around that, and it never occurred to me. Actually, it did occur to me briefly last year, and I was kind of vaguely aware and knew of a way of combining multiple signals together to get a better signal faster, or either way you want to go. I was in the part of the chase to consider it that way. So anyway, so there's that. So Starlink had its issues, and then the other thing is when you're under a heavy rainstorm, you can feel the thing. So there's that. I'm in there two lanes here. I'm fairly sure. I don't very well. Dang it. Anyway, so last year was full of a lot of attempts and a lot of failures. And YouTube, I couldn't figure out how to get that started. And keep in mind, I'm streaming everything from the car. I thought that was rather problematic. By the way, the sun's coming out here, so that boundary is. Well, there's a anyway, um, so I tried it a couple times and it kind of worked, kind of did. I had the thing up in my sunroof. I did try a suction cup mount, which worked. Have you ever bought suction cup mounts that work the first time and never work again? And that's what happens. So that was the end of that. And then, made some notes for this year. I said, well, I'll just try it again and try some different strategies. So I did chase Iowa early this year, and then I noticed that because I didn't have my hotspot on at all, and I was relying on Starlink, and it just never dawned to me, if I'm relying on Starlink and it goes out, I have no, my radar data is not going to, has a real chance of not looking. So after that chase, I just spent the night. I was in Davenport, and I think I got up at 2 o'clock. I was like, I got a phone. So I started asking at PvP and saying, hey, is there a way of taking 2 signals and making a better one? And yeah, users use something called Speedify. Like, okay, Speedify it is. I got that all downloaded, and that's fine. Big learning curve there. Just trying to set it all up. So, my upload speeds it would work, but there's a lot to be said about adjusting, your latency. All these things you need to adjust. I ultimately had the P was high, and I tried. Like I was getting kind of frustrated, and then I did a series of things within the last year which have incrementally improved at least the max speed that you usually get when I tested. The first thing I tried was taking a LAN wire and hooking it directly to Starlink and directly to my computer. Well, lo and behold, my computer, when I purchased this 8 years ago, I don't even know when it was, doesn't have an Ethernet. So then I had to go out and buy a USB converter and a few more other USB ports on there just great. That worked a little bit better. Not really. My son was researching it. He goes, Dad, where do you have that Starlink? I said, well, it's up in my son. I just cram it up there, close the thing, and it stays just fine. It doesn't move. Except, because tinted windows can really make a big impact on getting on the signal. And it took me a few days to actually look. But then when I did look up there, now, yeah, it's tinted. So then I got myself a mag mount for the outside, and then I took some weather stripping, kind of slit it, put it in the back window, so now the power for the Starlink and the LAN connection are both outside. Come in as far as I need to be. Car adapter, which goes uh, oh, and by the way, before I did that, I had two wireless signals, one coming from Starlink and one coming from my Verizon hotspot. Your laptop only has one Wi-Fi adapter built in. Unless you, I'm not even sure that's possible. So I had to get another dongle and added a second Wi-Fi adapter to my laptop. So one, at the time when I wasn't wired, was coming from Starlink, and the other was, and you had to do some in Windows to make that work. You had to turn, and they had to turn one of those to activate. And oh my God, sometimes it doesn't always work. I had to turn it on, it was off, so it was kind of a mess. You don't even get me started about Tailscale and SRT programs. Those are running at the house. I won't even talk. Mostly because I have to be quite frank. I'm not even sure I understand how they work. You know, is that they work. Okay. So there's all that. Then, and I briefly tested this and I didn't see if it really worked. Then I'm like, if you tether your phone, and I have a Galaxy Ultra 24, take that hotspot and maybe tether it to your computer. That can be even better. Now you have, first of all, not Wi-Fi signals. You have actual data transfer wires, which is always better. Also, another problem was it's possible for those two signals and possibly slow things down. So now, as of today, Starlink's on the outside. My phone is USB tethered for its signal, and every time I test the strength, it comes out pretty good. In fact, before I was getting upload speeds, megapixels per second. I'd be lucky to get 3, 4, maybe 5, maybe above 5 on a random pick. Now, today, when I just hit the button, because I've got nothing else to do but hit the button, usually when I'm driving, I got a couple that were up around 20, 22 RTs. So, yeah, now that varies quite a bit because Starlink hands off its packets to another satellite because the satellites are orbiting, so the various satellites come into view. Might be in between satellites, so that kind of thing happens. And of course, the problem with cell phone towers. You might get one real good, and not so much. Anyway, having said all that, that's what's operating this screen right now. Uh, is a double wired system. One coming from Verizon hotspot through my phone, another one coming directly from Starlink. Both are basically tethered my laptop, which runs a software encoder called OBS, sends it via SRT protocol back home, and that's another big difference. So now I'm not running the entire feed from here anymore. It's running from my house. The advantage of doing that is that I have so I know that the actual YouTube feed is going to keep going whether I send it anything valuable. It may be black, but at least it's going to be running until someone in the house shuts it. Or I haven't gotten this far yet. I can remotely log into it. Haven't gotten, and there's no reason to do that because anyway. So there's that. I do want to stop for a second and look at radar, and I do see some individual cells over in Illinois, and now I'm seeing some south of me. So, some right along the Mississippi. Those are very intriguing to me. I think they're in the free atmosphere, and they obviously have not needed a formal boundary or an outflow boundary. They are probably a combination of warm air infection and also some sort of boundary, streaming boundaries. So, far northwest of where I need to be. This is certainly the best way right now for me to get south and then make a more intelligent decision. So this begs the question, in storm chasing, and and I beat myself up about this all the time. Now, recently, I've been actually making very good choices, but storms just haven't worked out, or it might have been a little late. But this begs the question: well, should you have gone there to begin with? Why did you assume this? And again, it's all about just trying to interpret what you see. And I probably got all caught up in that one storm that I thought was going to be, and it did, without really looking at, hey, is that worth your time, or should you be looking at the overall synoptic pattern and maybe going to an area that's a little bit more rare? Turned out that's so, yeah, there's always second guessing. Now, keep in mind, it's 45 in the afternoon. So now, having said that, these storms are already popping, so I have time, but I have a feeling they're going to go up. So I would, at some point, once I get out of traffic, crossing a lot closer to I can look that up. And just so you know, too, I'm by myself. And so it's harder, you know. And I know there's lots of storm chasers that do that. Don't get me wrong. Uh, Organizational skills, for sure, to be able to pull this off. But it's a little harder when you're by yourself to get things right. If I'm not mistaken, there's a crossing by St. Genevieve, how you pronounce it. Might be something I want to consider. I don't know. Not that far from that. So that'd be something to consider. Anyway, if I'm not done boring you with my stories yet, you're choosing to watch. So anyway, so that's where I'm at today, and if I were to just go ahead and minimize that and just do a speed check. Performance test, total speed. Sometimes Speedify, when you do a actual streaming test, it just fails. And anybody, and people at Speedify have to hear this, but sometimes it generates an error saying, error, right? But it doesn't tell you why. Like, I would like to know if it has to do with the signal. Is that why you couldn't complete the task? Like, I would like, is there something I could do to help? You know? So I just had, yeah, see, I'm all the way down to, I'm not even up to 1 megabit up 73 kilobits per second, which that's really disappointing. So I imagine this thing is breaking. So, again, that's kind of disappointing. And I can run individual speed tests like I can go right to Starlink. So it, so you gave me an error. So I'm assuming, I don't know, because it doesn't say, that when I get an error when I do this speed test, that it's just not even getting the signal. Like, I'm putting up these sound walls, side note, these sound walls, by the way, those are the biggest scam ever invented. Or they amplify the sound in areas that is not intended. It's enough science needed to make that wall really work. You have to make it so that the wall on the other side doesn't like noise. The opposite side, thereby amplifying the highway instead of actually pointing. It all has to be at an equal rate. Nobody does. So there you go. There's my physics lesson. Just not gonna work. Again, the storms up around St. Louis are looking impressive, but they're all again behind outflow boundary. I just don't think anything significant. It's in the cities. There's a lot of storms in South Central. Yeah, my speed on Starlink was 3 megabits per second. Speed has gone. Verizon is that's a little disappointing because I said earlier I was getting faster speeds. I'm not entirely sure. Out of the construction now. Yeah, so Verizon's only 4.31, so at best it's only going to be about 4 megabits per second. It's doing a lot better earlier. I think I changed things as simple as cell phone signal. I was always on the interstate, so that should help me. Starlink, though, you just never know. There's no exact map that shows you. As far as I know, and maybe this does exist, there isn't the how many bars are you getting equivalent. So probably wrong. Probably is. Haven't had time to research. So this is knowing how to get there. It seems like Starlink does better when it's pointing north. I don't know, but it doesn't really point, doesn't really do you any good to consider that because I change direction. So I will say, though, because that seems to me like that would really improve the signal in certain conditions. Yeah, Starlink's only 3.4. I'm under 5 megabits per second. It's probably not doing any kind of service. Yeah, we're gonna have to look into probably crossing over into Illinois. I know mesoscale discussion from the southern tip of Illinois, southeastern Missouri, northeastern Arkansas. I really can't read that while I'm driving. But, it does appear as if just moving south might end up, yeah, I don't know. Now, southeast Missouri is depending exactly where you are, opens up to a nice flat delta. It's a little bit, it's close to the Mississippi River, it gets kind of hilly trees. You get too deep into the Ozarks, that's no good either. There are some definite flat areas, so about an hour from Cape Girardeau in the northern end of that Mesoscale. And it would be at the tail end of a thunderstorm line that's extending southward from Minnesota right there. And if you're in southwest Missouri, south south of Kansas City, Harrisonville, west of there, that. Yeah. So I don't know. Again, I don't know if this stream is one of the reasons I don't know that is because to test the stream, it would only be download speed. Definitely, I'm coming out of the cooler, definitely into the unstable where it's sunny and outside. I'm fairly confident that it's if you're just joining us, I don't know if the signal's holding up. So the other thing I did is I massively reduced the size of my image. I was putting out 720p, I think I'm at 480p now. So, and I took my bit rate all the way down. I think it was latency is at is not that important. I mean, latency only matters if you're having a conversation with somebody. Otherwise, it doesn't matter if I'm a second late. Interesting, you'll never know the difference. Satellite. Um, so that's that's another thing. I did do that so that the stream is probably doing a lot better because of that. But again, I guess if I stop, I really shouldn't. I should keep driving. Um, Tank of gas. I don't really have any immediate need to stop. I'm going to be stopping. Actually, now that I see the new Mezzo, actually taking 55 on down there. I don't think there's any reason to not do that. And we'll decide whether I need to cross over. I'm pretty sure there's a bridge there. Or hang back in Southeast Missouri. A lot of the learning machines were pretty bullseye up around St. Louis. And that may eventually take place because you got to remember that the SPC forecast and a lot of those learning machine outputs came from powerhouse the those are certain time intervals. That's usually it's could be 24 hours. So those that tornado risk can pretty easily be solved in all storms here. You can arrive until see what we're chasing here today obviously are pre-boundary atmosphere. Have a really good chance of becoming isolated themselves. Data shows us that there's got a better chance of that happening. There's still a tornado flying along that line northeast of St. Louis, but every time I look at it, the outflow keeps rushing out ahead of it and choking it off. There might be something with that. I tend to think, on the other hand, around northeast of Frederickstown, there's the beginning of some activity that could be very interesting. That's in Missouri. And there's some other cells popping up just right around the Cape Girardeau area and just north of I was, where I find myself very often, is that these farm chase, you just keep scaling down, and eventually it becomes obvious in many cases that there's a couple storms out there, and any of them could actually be the ones. They all could, usually one, and depending on the scale, you might be able to correct the choice, or you might not. It just depends on how far away these storms are. Only a couple of counties, and these areas could probably fix a bad choice. I'll give you a perfect example. Yesterday, I was out along just east of I-35, waiting for some of those cells to pop up. I did not anticipate the tornado warnings on east and southeast of Wichita. I'm not sure if any chasers got those. But I was looking at the dry liners, and there was actually an inverted trough that was bringing the air. Anyway, I was watching that, and it became obvious in the first updrafts that were going up at the turkey necks. They were going up with the dry air, and they were just very thin. They were just going right back down. I knew that would be. So eventually, I was just kind of going up and down, kind of between Ponca City and Stillwater, right up and down. I forgot what the name of that highway is, but is it that one or is it that one? Is it that one or is it that one? And one kind of pop up its head, show high reflectivity and equitops, and then kind of settle down, and the other one would do it, and it would settle down, and I did go back and forth a couple times. Again, we're only talking about 20 miles, where another I had the time, had the network, and so when I was going back and forth, I think I made my final decision to choose the whole NSSL remote sensing crews coming back down the highway going the opposite direction. And, you see that, you immediately like, oh, what do they know? I don't know. Well, it turns out nothing, because that's what I saw them again later that night around Bartlesville. So it's just interesting, sometimes when you see something going on, usually when I see something going on like that, it's not because I think I'm questioning my judgment. It's because they know something I don't know. Like I missed something. Like something must have turned out. Just a very obvious line like a warning or something. It's usually what causes the buzz, changing direction. It's just like there was an example, like I went to Iowa a couple weeks ago, and I was kind of fixated on this area where I thought might develop enough before they crossed into kind of a bad chase area. just wasn't watching carefully enough. And could I have corrected this enough to make a difference? This guy is clearly his distribution way, right that way. Um, like I said, but you never know. Yeah, I'm seeing a broken line of finished supercells running from around, just to the west of West Frankfurt, basically. And there are even some cells coming up north of there that could be interesting. But the ones I'm probably going to focus on are the ones that are popping up right around and just to the west and southwest of West Frankfurt line, which that I'm not there because there's a nice interstate that would connect me right along those roads. What I'm probably going to do, though, is either go over to Cape Girardeau, which that's pretty is, especially with regard to terrain and river. Yeah, it does play in. Given a choice, all else equal, I might choose to go with the terrain. It's just not as frustrating. We also again have some activities trying to bubble up right along that path, so it would be around uh, Frederick, Fredericktown, Fredericktown, Missouri, and it's on Perryville, just southeast of Farmington. Those areas, there could be some activity bubbling up there, which I would basically bump right into, but it would cross the river too, so I'd have to decide where I'm going to cross that dang river. If I cross at St. Genevieve, I can get over into faster, but one of the stronger cells is actually south of Cape Girardeau. So, I don't know. And as far as state highways are concerned, I'm not sure the best choice there is. All that up real quick. Yeah, the road network is not great. A lot of woods, a lot of trees, not great tracks. It seems like the best thing to do would be to keep going south. Even though Cape Girardeau is a metropolitan area, such as it is, still think it probably is 54 miles away crossing St. Genevieve. I think it's Bridge. So there goes that. Um, you can't cross on Illinois at Chester, but to do that, you have to go back north a little bit. And it looks like that road is windy. So you go to Perryville, not much else to go. Really no meaningful crossings that I can see. All Grand Tower, which I honestly never heard of. Just crossing there. Yeah, it seems like, I have to live with the decision and just go with it. Because it looks like Cape Corral is my best bet crossing. But, it helps to know where your crossings are. Because they're not easy. You're just not sure what's are. Sometimes they pop up, they look good, and they go back down. And the best thing to do is, I think one of the things that I've learned is watch how rapidly they pop up. Sometimes storms can reach pretty good activity, but it takes them a while to do it. Ones that go from nothing to really high reflexivity kind of fast, I think are the better. If there is any way to diagnose that, mention it. Hey, if you're just joining me, if the feed's still working, I guess I might need to check that here. I said there was not a close. It was the next one down. That's convoluted. So ideally, in this situation, though, if it's robust enough, yeah, you may not have to agonize over which one to pick because there may not be a bad one in one. There might be several to choose from. One like what I'll end up doing is getting the chickpea Colorado and having to cross the river and go back. That's what it looks like on. So no tornado warning. Again, I just point out that those are all behind boundaries. At this point, I'll just check my speed. Pretty good at talking.
Well,
I'm not sure I'm keep talking. I'm just not sure what I'm saying in comparison.
uh, I did the weather.
Yeah, it's only 3.27 megabits per second. I'm not sure how I was getting such amazing speeds last time. That I have the settings where they're at. Saying very low, 1,000 rate, high latency, image. It felt like that was something I need to do because I wanna actually get a successful stream out. And at one point I was trying to put cabin cams in their receive. I don't really miss that idea. I'm just good. I don't know if that's necessary. I might need to pick my nose or something. Radars and everything that is added. Uh, yeah, though I think I can figure out how to do that at home. That's the radar I adjust. But actually, I can just pick radars that I was subscribed to and just use it pretty much to display where there are several. Not too last what I use. I've been using Radar Scope for a long time, and it's a great program. I like it because I know it. Um, but weather-wise is a new one I've been using. And I use Vega. I think I've tried using Vega. And there's the good old GR level analyst. I don't run on my laptop because it's just wanted to let you know. Thank you. And I hope the stream is still usable. I just think it's hopefully threaded through. I started out around St. Louis, where I actually got involved in a tornado right out of the gate. I was actually going around the city. I think it was 255, and I looked at it. I saw two intersecting boundaries, and that could be something. In the back of my mind, I was thinking, well, these boundaries are forming this collapse. They're actually choking some off. So, what I was on that highway anyway, because I had it in my mind I was going to go kind of into central Missouri. But as it turns out now, I think that was probably too far north. And I didn't check the data. I left the house this morning on, but I didn't check where the boundaries were. When I finally did that, that's after I started to scream around that time. I realized, well, I'm going to waste time up here because it's so we're heading south. So I started out with a tornado. Yay. Um, and now, since you don't see my location, I'm heading on South I-55, basically toward the Cape Girardeau area. The storm prediction center is active discussion for that. If you don't know what that is and you're watching, Mesosphere active discussions are issued by the storm prediction center. Same people issuing outlooks that report on it in my morning videos. It's the usual watches. You're not issuing warnings. There is an intermediate Mesosphere active discussion, and what it does, this has two functions. First of all, the main function is to say, hey, this is what we're watching, and a lot of times those will have a percentage chance based on what they see. So, example, might be 80% chance of a lot of times they don't always. You can tell by what they're saying. You almost certainly need to do. I haven't read it yet because I'm driving. I started technology that are reading things to me. That's nothing whether I have a not equipped to check and I get it. Reading messages, thank you. I cannot check. Not at this stage of my storm chasing live stream development. Anyway, so the first discussion is we're southern Illinois, southeast Missouri, northeast Arkansas, and then adjacent parts of western Kentucky and Tennessee. This guy's still pretty sure. Okay. the centroid of that would be right around, you know, right around where Illinois, you know, Kentucky and Tennessee meet right there. Dyersburg or something. I'm not sure what's out there. South of Cape Girardeau is where the centroid of that Mesosphere is going to be. So I'm just kind of heading down I-55, basically trying to get toward the center of that. When I get a little bit closer to that, I'll try to make up my mind where to go after that. Um, Mississippi River crossings are kind of a deal here. You know, still from an overall strategy, but if you're looking at radar, you'll see there's a pretty good little cell right now, just barely off to the east of there's another one way out of range of radar. I probably need to turn to Paducah. In fact, right now, radar, there we go. If I turn the Paducah radar on, it's actually tracking to be radar programs allow you to turn on tracking. So it identifies the centroid of the storm. And it says, so these are moving northeast, somewhere between northeast. One good piece of good news is that storms that are down here in southern Illinois, southeast Missouri, are moving slightly slower. A little bit displaced from the wind max. But this year might be oriented, you know, and not a great way to keep these individual. They look like they're individual right now. Will happen upscale. Will they keep staying? So, anyway, that's what I'm up to today. Getting back into the warfare. So you look at meteorology like I remember this when I was a kid. In trouble with Ryan, you know, you had the low, the warm front came over, triangle, and that was where all the severe weather obviously very simplistic. Account for things like dry lines or boundaries. A lot of times you'll get either free-frontal troughs, boundaries, or these confluence areas, which if the gap isn't too strong enough to send up thunderstorms, then the nature of the is really dependent on the wind shear, how it interacts with the so what are the storms doing after they hang out? Are they bumping into each other? Are they splitting? These are all possibilities of how they interact with each other. So it's a big deal. that's it. And it's 2:19 in the afternoon, so that's some time. Up right along I-55 here. So that. But yeah, I was saying, if I made the decision to cross over to Illinois, it looks like the best place to do that is it's certainly the most organized place. Now, there's an interstate that I can take to go quickly south, or quickly north if I need to in Illinois. Uh, that also is good, but you have to go down more. That may not be a bad thing ultimately either, because I see other cells now popping up now that I have the radar cut. I can't tell exactly where they are. They're in the Boot Heel. That, I don't know what town that even is. Baker. Lots of candidates with quantities popping up. But just based on what I'm seeing here, it looks like the majority of that activity, given enough time for them to develop into something, is Illinois. That's just the way I see it now. But honestly, there's so many states crammed into that area right that there's going to be some speed opportunities. That's going to be somewhat of a challenge because, again, you don't have, it's not the best terrain down there either. I haven't looked in detail, but I do know that that area of southern Illinois is not real flat. Hills around rivers. I think. Not exactly sure. What do I eat when I storm chase? I try to remain low carb. Uh, Low carb for me usually means what can I eat? Means, well, I can eat cashews and peanuts as long as they're not coated in honey roasted or any of that stuff. There's a dill pickle one, which is kind of tasty. Uh, I can eat like I'm doing right now, cheese wrapped in salami or pepperoni. I'll spread on that. You got yourself pork rinds. suspicious. And Dunkin' guacamole. Pick the right guacamole. It's many guacamole. Got that truck made it land. Police officer. It's nice to know where the law enforcement people. Anyway, so I ate that. My wife taught me how to make this really good, make a bagel or just a flat bun where it's made out of almond flour and cheese and an egg. You mix it together with some baking powder, bake it, and I can spread cream cheese on that. Some of the cheeses you get like at Casey's, QT, are extra. So, uh, just a guy in a red light. So this pickup truck is deciding to pass, which is actually lucky. It's, the truck might get out of the way. So this Toyota for me had lights on top and a red light, brake light bar above his back windshield. Everything is up. Everything is. Anyway, what else can I eat? So sometimes I'll do that. You can put cream cheese on it, and you gotta be a little bit careful. Cheese is bad. Can't eat a whole one, but I do. Another thing I do, pickles. Yeah, you can get the what's the brand name that you buy in all the convenience stores? I'll call it up and look at it. Snap. Spicy ones in particular. And if I drink soda, it'll be diet soda. Probably drink a little bit too much of that. So those are some of the things I snack on. Taking notes. I will say I'm looking at the storms and how they're popping up across southern Illinois, and they 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 have the appearance, at least at first, of being a little cellular. But sometimes that's not a bad thing. Sometimes that just means sometimes that just means that I mean they can congeal into something better. doesn't happen. That guy, I think he thinks that people think he's a police officer, so he kind of gives me a stare, like to scare me, like I think he's having fun with that. My windshield bugs are relentless. Relentless. Sometimes there's no point even doing that right now because far away from anything you might want to see. There's a mesoscale discussion for everybody living in Southwest Missouri, Springfield, that doesn't quite include Springfield. It doesn't include everything along I-49, southeast Kansas, include Joplin, Nevada, those areas. Again, I can't read it here. I will eventually read it, but it could be the precursor to a lot. I was saying that earlier, so the mesoscale discussions very often issue with the idea that watch is possible to some varying degree, percentage, in the actual state. And a lot of times we're also used to update, like let's say a watch is already in effect, then they'll issue a mesoscale discussion. And it basically tells you what the update is. Are you still confident? Is there a particular part of the watch that is more valid than another part? That type of stuff. So anyway, that mesoscale discussion that I'm talking about there is positive, is a precursor to a hospital. Another multiple speed test on Speedify because I'm really kind of disappointed because I think that's what I think a combination of bad cell phone service and 6.68 megabytes megapixels per second, sorry. Okay. I think because my Starlink mount has a certain angle to it, I think when I'm driving in a certain direction, it does really well. I'm driving in maybe a different direction, it's probably losing too much. It ought to be flat. Really research that and try to figure out the best. It doesn't really matter anyway. I mean, flat is just universally noticed that it seems like Starlink picks up coverage if it's slanted slightly. And I'm trying to think how it's even mounted on my roof. I think right now it's westerly. So, yeah, there are a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings in southeast Kansas. That one, I'm just guessing it's around Harrisville, right in that area. Got it. South, another one. And track just north of Chanute, track north of Scott. Activity there and that mesoscale. In St. Louis, some of those storms are forming more lines. Not tornado warn at this point. There's probably an infection of warmer air going up into that I am not seeing. I haven't checked the data in a while. It's 30s, 2 hours since I've looked to see the SPC meso analysis page looking like. I've been focusing on getting down here. Now, the interstate system is good in southern Illinois, so it turns out that it's just too hard to chase these in southern Illinois or across you can get to past the bridges. I can easily go straight up, and I think I saw some payoff later on. So this is good where it is right now. Troy, Illinois. Kind of where I would have maybe hung out if I had seen that there was enough more air. We see blowing up north of that. I don't really think I saw an adequate amount of that, but now that area is under, it does have some very high storm relative velocities down below. I mean, that area is like 350 to 400. Where I'm heading is more around 250 to 300. More than adequate. What I'm concerned about, though, is uh, where where the unstable air is, and whether that's able, whether that boundary is able to move north. And it is kind of moving towards St. Louis now, but that area I just talked about is still very, very stable. The area I'm driving to is about 35 to 4,000. Here's very unstable over southwest Missouri. Big cheat that people say they don't look at, but I think they do. The sig tornado parameter, which is maximized right now on some of them. There you go. As soon as I usually get a mountain break, whatever whatever reason I did last time. So again, you don't know my location right now. I'm probably about to pass through a cell here that's going to be vectoring off into Illinois, where there's a bunch of little popcorn cells popping up. I'm trying to get to the river crossing at Cape Girardeau pass under. But again, this stuff pops up. You know, it's like there was one easy paper out that it faded. This happens all the time. You have to take turns finding ways to pop through gap or whatever is going on. And sometimes it just takes a while. You have a philosophy where you're going to chase max tornado parameter that's uh, it just combines low level, lowest shear with bulk shear with the instability, and the effective one somehow takes a gap into consideration. Actually, I think you read it many years ago, but usually did that one because it's more pessimistic, more accurate, if that's even considered. All I do is I drive in the left lane a lot. I have no additional comments. I start running always kind of organize. Actually, look at it. Even for some of his neighbors, I think are eventually going to have a party. They're all going to kind of congeal here. Probably the best thing to pick a target city in Illinois. Have Google tell me how to get there. I think that might be the easiest thing to do. The cell literally is moving right where I am, but I can't follow it. I can't follow it. Also, hopefully one that is not really crazy. Well, I'm not going to get my wish on that. Yeah, Chicago. There's a see that one road actually across the Cape Girardeau, actually one along the Delta, back. Alright, do that. Propane area right now. I don't know what that road is. I think it's like I would get off on that's 70. Get off at the 74 exit. That's going to take me across Mississippi. Practice. Cross that bridge when we come to. Yes, we will. Storm chasing to me, just make conversation. I just recently retired. I've storm chased off and on since 2000. That's the first storm chase I actually saw the tornado. Well, first time kind of questionable, but the second and third time, every weekend I went out, I saw a tornado and got better and better. Tested in southeast Nebraska in 2004. Saw that. Poor backlighting. It was passing right toward northwest. Very obvious. That tested. What was the name of the town in southeast? I think it was. Then the next weekend we got a cyclic supercell, kind of southwest of Wichita. That thing remains to this day to be the best storm chase I've been on, in the sense that it kept regenerating tornadoes for one cycle. I was having that ground. You can find all these videos on YouTube. And after we do it, and another one reform, and it just kept going. And went after dark because there's a hail shaft behind it. It was illuminating the tornado really well. It was really the best chase in terms of just getting the most bang for your buck and having everything work out on a road network that was doable, everything was visible, and it just worked out really well. So I don't really have, looking at the latest data, I feel like I'm making a good decision here. Like I said, showers don't for me. Local silver right now. I think that Jesus something better than what I'm looking at. That's great. This will be one of those situations too where I'm not close to it yet, but is this something I'm going to continue to follow? Now, if that organizes into one or two really good supercells, it'll go up into central Centreville, Illinois. There's a very nice interstate. I think it's through there. And that would be very details. 10 minutes away from getting across the bridge. And going back to Illinois. Second, when you chase things like this, you're looking at the radar, you got 7 or 8 cells. It's it's a matter of faith. You have to kind of try not to see things too much in the here and now and try to imagine. I've watched them cells go up and kind of consolidate before bigger things, but also depending on the environment, sometimes that doesn't work out real well. You get a bunch of cluster upgrafts that kind of look like a cell, but they're all individual upgrafts. They have trouble congealing into something a little more substantial. And actually, is there another Lambert's down here around here somewhere? I did eat at that many years ago. I just never put it on. I wonder if I feel like it helps at all. It's like the echoes are or anything like that, and they're fairly. anybody who's ever storm chased realizes too that you spend a lot of time kind of micro, narrow it down, and then you spend. Then it becomes obvious at some point that this is the storm. There probably isn't anything else unless it just happens to be on the way home. Storm motion's a big deal too, in the sense that can you add the storm's motion, take it away. So, if you want to get to a storm, a new one, and let's say it's southwest, chances are there's a better chance you probably correct your course and get to that one because you can add storm's motion, some sort of northeasterly or easterly direction to your motion. So you get there, maybe not twice as fast, depending on the storm. You have that going through. Whereas on these, if I start off behind them, I'm constantly going to be chasing them. I'm never going to catch them. So, there I just can't tell if that's hot triangles. Yeah, this local group of cells is organizing there, so it makes me feel good that I'm on these. And the storm motion down here slower, just a little bit. Yep, governs the center of the line. So it helps a little bit to correct. Yeah, I can already tell by when the radar updates, which is about once every minute or so. You can just tell by the way it jumps how fast it's going. You can also tell by the storm curves how fast it's going. So, they're long, so I'm going to have to really either catch these or get into Illinois and then wait for someone else. I haven't given up hope on catching these. It's like trying to get your speed. So I'm doing an emergency. It's a police officer. There. Six, it should say 7. not that anything else. I'd rather not take my feed offline, check to see if the battery is charged. So I might just remove that. But alright. So we're on the road that's basically getting us across the river. Southern Illinois. So it's pre-storm chasing. You're still trying to get to the storm. I don't have any problem with this. I do not like being in an area like this. I'm chasing possible tornadic severe cell. I don't like this. Uh, Not enough options. Too many people to get away. Especially if it's an area where I don't know. You're very much at the mercy of what other people are doing in traffic, accidents, and stuff. Country, have too much. This is Cape Girardeau. And it's interesting when you say this is Cape Girardeau. It's like you're only seeing small stuff. Yeah, so there's other cells that are trying to pop. So I think the decision for me, if I'm chasing those cells, again, I'm coming in from behind them. So I'm going to have to work extra hard to catch those. And at some point, I'll just have to keep an eye on radar and try to decide if the continued pursuit of those cells is worth it, or can I catch the next bus? I won't know that until I actually see the road I'm dealing with coming up here. Up on 3 o'clock in Storm Chaser land, unless it's an unusual day like today where I think more initiation early, um, this would be still hours ahead of anything usually. Today, so over the Great Plains, there's, you probably heard people talk about this magic hour where just the way the planes are set up, the winds actually increase in speed and back a little bit. Backing wind just means south, tends to go more southeast. That actually enhances the low level wind field in such a way that it the lowest part of the coast. So when I say this 0 to 1 kilometer storm relative velocity is so in the Great Plains at least there's a right around right around or just before sunset that starts taking effect. Winds actually increase, possibly back southeast. You ever miss the bridge? That's pretty spectacular. Anyway, so now here, and that's very much a terrain effect out in Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. Here, I don't know if you can count on that. I just don't know if that's a thing. Yeah, I'm looking at those. There's other candidates. How hard I'm going to work. I think the biggest decision I made here was deciding to be in Illinois. So you see how this all works. There's meteorology, there's roads, there's geography, there's all kinds of things. Wow, that's a pretty amazing bridge. I have to say, so far that wins. That's nice. Very cool. Crossing the Mississippi again. Third crossing today. Today for me. Say you had watched my personal ping pong match yesterday between those two storms. The stream was died on, but yeah, and heard me make a lot of decisions which, you know, I think a lot of people do. It's a weird combination of being flexible, but also sticking to your guns. It's a weird science. Um, Sometimes the ones that go up the fastest are just the obvious ones. If you don't react to that, then you basically just miss out. Other times, especially if you have to leave the idea that you had to go do that, um, it may not work out. I don't know. So anyway, what I think is that there's a river road coming that looks like it just kind of follows the Mississippi flat agricultural kind of delta area. Be really easy going. Pretty nice way to go north. Uh, but we'll have to see how long that's going to go on. Because there are other candidates showing up on radar, most notably just due south of me right now, and also some more back over almost to the west of me, southwest. So I think again the decision to cross the river options probably a good one, but you'll notice right now I'm in this flat, you know, Mississippi River has been here in the past area, but you can clearly see up ahead of me that it gets hilly and forested. So I don't know is how far north that extends. Like, take and look, and it doesn't really get much better. I mean, it gets marginally better up where these cells are on one and chase, but to be completely honest, there's not much around me that is fantastic. Poplar Bluff over to Dexter, over to Sykeston is pretty good. Parts of Southern Illinois are good, parts of Southern Illinois are not. Uh, yeah, it's always possible for a gap to open up. I mean, it's just, you know, it is not really knowable, to be honest. 57 o'clock. Uh, see the additional cells west of Springfield. And that will always be able to take what's going on there. This is take me to the north, which I think I want to do. Uh, I'll give it a shot. What I'm going to do here real quick I place it mounted on a stand. This is for I have a Canon M50. I have a Canon M50. That's another thing I discovered too is I was use my phone as a camera, and now that it's tethered, I'm thinking to myself, I'm not gonna. Why do I just use the 50? Use the Canon. That's a better camera. All right, I'm gonna go check this out. Hang on. All right. It's also nice to go outside because I can feel, and the camera's fine, by the way. Just needs actually one mount bracket here. And I've done this before. I've left that camera on without realizing it, and I'm going to use it, and it's like, oh, it's dead. That's fun for me. I don't know if I'll ever be able to show it to you because my streaming is kind of limited, but I have a self-made bracket system where Canon M50 is on the left, and then my phone would be on the upper bracket. And that way I can shoot both at the same time. Alright, so I feel good here. I feel like the atmosphere is, for lack of a better term, bubbly around me. So I don't think I really go too crazy here. What I do kind of want to do is go north along this river road and then go through a town called Jonesboro, Illinois, and Anna, and get over closer to the interstate. Because I feel like these cells that are just east of me and around me. So that's the plan. And there is a plan. I plan not to plan. Yeah, it helps to go outside. You just feel the air that you're supposed to be loving. I mean, this is supposed to be warm, unstable air, and it certainly is that. I have not checked the surface observations. I don't know what the temperature spread is here. I probably should. Maybe I'll wait for the 3 o'clock data that completely come in here in about 10 minutes. Yeah, I would say the cells just south of me are becoming just as agitated, if not more so, than the ones I was trying to catch. So I think I have a renewed energy with regard to this. I feel like now kind of getting to ping pong land, where multiple cells are going to go up, and I'm going to have to decide, or possibly not decide, which one I'm going to. And I may change that. Warn you right now, I may change my mind several times. That's just the way that goes. So be prepared. I do feel like that kind of focus, though, does help. There are other cells coming in behind this too, so yeah. It's interesting, they did issue a mesoscale discussion for lanes, which has me a little concerned because they are thinking that this is going to be, so you really want flash flooding, it's a different type of thunderstorm. Like it's usually very precipitation efficient and not maybe terribly supercellular necessarily. Uh, but again, where these storms are forming, at least according to the SPC's mesoanalysis, have really good low-level storm uh, velocity. I can tell by looking at this, the bases are certainly low enough, so even though I don't know the dew point temperature spread, I'm pretty sure it's adequate. Yeah, I just have to go up the road a little bit here and then turn east. There's going to be a slightly heavy wooded area, and then it kind of opens up into kind of a sparse, not exactly an open plain, a little less dense. I'm sure there are some seasoned chasers out there. That's not me. I've been on some chases. But, so this year, certainly, I think this is the seventh one that I've been on. Maybe. Uh, Definitely the most I've ever. There's one on March 10th, and there was a cluster of them in early April. There was a cluster of them in mid-April, then there was a cluster of them this week. This week I had to miss Thursday and Friday. There's pretty selfish. But I say pretty good. All I mean is that of all the cells that are developing, it's the highest reflectivity. I said, so I should probably reserve that explanation for something that actually looks like something. Jesus. I'm getting overly sad. Yeah, there's a lot of hills right there. And I need to get on the other side of it. That's not going to happen. These storms will oblige. They'll cross that boundary. They'll cross the geography pretty quick. That's interesting. Terms, right? They don't say don't pass. They don't. Maybe they assume you can see cars coming. They only do that for hills. But that was interesting. I think we can. I think this chase today will put me over the 6,000 mile mark for this year so far. So I chased in a 2011 Honda Pilot. If you take care of these things, they'll last forever. So it's at about 165,000 miles, which is something that's 15 years old. That's not bad. I barely drove it. In fact, I'm driving it more now than ever. And one of the things I made sure I did, I knew this season would be more active, is I went ahead and changed the timing belt. It was kind of I don't know how the alternators do. It probably would be a bad idea for me to get, because there's shore power in this vehicle. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea to hardwire an inverter directly to that. I actually had a Chase vehicle once. Mini, it was a Sonoma family affectionately named the anyway, so uh, a friend of mine into the storm, severe storm last week, took it as I was his instructor. He said, "Hey, I want to wire this up." Took it in, had the proper amperage cables put in, battery. It was a very, very nice, definite plug-in that I could use for that. That's probably not a bad idea. That way I can run my own inverter in the car there, straining the alternator, also power for things. There are other things you can do. Let me dive into the non-meteorology part of this while I watch the cell grow a little bit myself. Well, all I gotta do is make that cut over to the east of the video. Anyway, yeah, only the storm team would put the brake on anyway, there are things you can do. So I think the next level of advancement, so to speak, on this would be don't use my computer as the encoder. Get a hardware. And you could probably get one for a couple $100, probably under $500. It would do a decent job. And I haven't completely vetted that yet, but as far as I know, the one I was looking at, but it only did one camera. But it had an HDMI out, and it had to have HDMI in too, and I don't have correct camera that HDMI out. What I mean is the equipment looking. So that encoder could go directly. Now that could go directly into my computer. The best way to approach that would be to get a router for the car. So in other words, the idea would be to hook Starlink and Verizon directly into a router that can take multiple such feeds and everything would just go and the encoder directly to that, and your laptop would not be necessary. Since I have an older laptop that's probably not quite up to snuff, that's probably not a bad idea. Alright, we got several cells that are them are being tagged as having a definite core enough to be tagged as an entity. Turn off is for that reason. Not past this link. I'm going to tell you, you took a survey of cars you are likely to pass. Lincoln figures highly. Just let that hang there. You know what I'm talking about, then you know. This is how this is intersection. It's definitely what I need to do. Now I'm going to head east, so what I'm going to do now is go through Forest and Hilly area, and I hope to come out on the other side unscathed. That should set me up for these south. I wonder what the chaser density is going to be on this. Anymore, I'm always surprised. Um, anymore, I'm always surprised by how many show up. But I mean, this seems a little like remote, but maybe not. Meaning you had to really plan to get here, and you weren't already here. You weren't as far ahead as I am. You know, chaser converts is probably not much of a thing. It physically takes you probably an hour to find the right view. That's assuming you decide to even come here. Yeah, the interstate's 15 miles away. And that's going to provide me with a good north-south option. Organized south is going to be possibly intersecting me as I do this. Absolutely horrible. And I'm trying to figure out if it gets better anywhere near me. Yeah, to me it gets a little bit better. Yeah, so when they made when they made the observation about the wind profile out of the radar, understand that that is not a thermodynamic analysis, kinematic analysis, in other words, energy, wind, rotation, things like that. So that's not going to show some impossible inversion layer that these things are not able to overcome. And there is no, we don't launch balloons nearly enough to know what's going on. So it sure seems convectively inhibited to me. I don't know. It might be worth going northeast because it would be closer to the center of the mesoscale area. Uh, and it shows a few more open plains there. And at this point, I'm like, what the heck? Again, I swore. You can tell I'm getting tired and frustrated. Yeah, now is like nothing on right. There's not even these are puny little things. They just can't get it done. Just can't get it done. They just can't. There is some sort of gap or something limiting these storms from growing. Perhaps there's not enough surface. Combination of both. We are not able to get sun's coming out. I don't know. Maybe. But again, in storm chase, it's like 3.5 hours away from when I have to kind of think about quitting. So we have time. It's also kind of an area on the northwest corner of this mesoscale convective discussion that's kind of an extension of some severe, they're not even severe fully developed. And I wonder if that might not stair step down and be something that fills in a little bit more for me here. I don't know. What I'm going to do is get on the next road that goes, I'm going to go through this town and turn left at whatever highway that is, and make my way east. And that should get me into some flatter terrain. And it kind of fits the narrative of this. I may as well do it. I don't see any other compelling reason not to. Have a couple of bars here, not alcohol bars, horizon bars. Uh, I'm sure there's an alcohol bar. Left here, and that should be going north across underneath. Pay attention. Okay, I'm gonna have to stop the feed because I'm starting to get obnoxious. I I'm just looking at drivers. I may have to. I'm gonna cut the audio on this for a second because I don't think realistically anybody really trying to watch this. But just in case I'm